G'day everybody and welcome back to Venus with my corpse in the airlock. My most recent corpse, thank you Charlie. Well, even though I did die right at the end of last week, I am feeling pretty good about my progress so far here. The fact that I've got a station battery set up now means that I should today be able to work on a couple of things that I think are going to make survival here a little bit more comfortable. Uh, Goal number one is try and see if I can find a way to make renewable power here rather than just using coal all the time. And goal number two is to hopefully make my furnace a bit more efficient. There were some ideas I was given in the comments last week on last week's VOD that should allow me to make this a bit more efficient and also hopefully make it so I can extract oxygen from processing gold there and perhaps other things as well that I want to extract so that I can then make a pressurized base. Since last week, I have added Nev's mod for increasing the ore amounts, which required me fiddling with the save file to change the difficulty mode because I couldn't find a way to do that without having his mod in. It means I'm going to get a lot more ore from everything that I mine, but I think on balance it's probably okay considering I got to the point of getting this thing and that was the main thing that was going to be a struggle based on mining efficiency. I normally wouldn't have picked quite the high multiplier that mod has, but I think it'll be fine. I think you guys will be happy for me not to be out there mining all the time. So yeah, to begin with, I'm gonna need to make another bigger, like another big suit battery, I think. So that I can have one charged. Because I can now make the large cells if I get some copper. Do any of these have copper in them? No. Well, that's sucky. I need to make some copper. And I'm actually going to mine out the floor here, because I would like to expand this place a little bit anyway. And I'd like to expand it before I try and do anything that involves pressurizing this space, just in case I end up losing pressure due to the mining of the space. And that's a little bit of copper. There's a bit more here. Alright, let's go outside and process that. I think my suit battery should be fine. Whoa. JP, yeah, this is... I'm not, with Stationeers, I don't avoid any updates, so this is on the latest version, which added the ability to control chicken breeding. Oh. I didn't finish wiring this up, did I? No. No. Ah, that's not good. How many cables do I have left? 15. Oh, poop. Uh-oh. Also, thank you so much, Josh. Thank you for the 5 months. And thank you, Dr. J. Tubbington, for the Prime sub. And thank you, Black Shadow. Thank you very much for 27 months and all of your other insanity. I'm just gonna power it off the airlock for a minute, because I don't have another choice. And thank you, Cronulus, for the raid before I'd even gone live. I guess my intro counts as welcome raiders, in a way. There are some other changes that were made this week, but I think the majority of them aren't going to impact me too much right now. They're not going to change a lot about how my base is operating there a bit further down the line, because it is things like chickens, being able to upgrade pipes directly to insulated ones, which will potentially influence how I do things around here, because I can insulate those pipes that run to the furnace, which will be nice. So that'll be nice. Those are the main updates I can remember from what I saw on it. Hang on, I can bring it up. What did it say? Something. Pipe upgraded chickens and rocket data. Oh yeah, rocket data. Rocket data I'm not going to have anything to do with for quite some time, if ever. Thank you, Unidentified Flying Cheese, for the 100 bits, and Elemental as well. Welcome. And thank you, Core. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Yes, a chicken can upgrade pipes. That's exactly what I said. No taking it back. Let's stop that and then start it again, and I'll take that 25 grams of copper and go make myself a better battery. And probably some more cables. Do. Thank you, Spock SP. Thank you so much for the 3 months in advance. And thank you, JC Gamer Inui, for 46 months. Dang. Almost 4 years. Thank you very much. Copper was going in here. Battery was coming out of here. Can I make 2? Yes, I can make 2. Yes. Good. Fulgen probably reached the 350 partner points things, although the way it's calculated is weird. And it thankfully doesn't matter, because I only need to reach 300 because of the change in requirements. It's perfect. So yeah, thank you everybody for month number 2 of the silly Twitch Partner Plus thing. I don't have to think about it. If you guys get me there for 1 more month after this, which will be great, because I really don't like having to think about it. Right, where do I put this battery? I should probably make a proper battery charger. I can fill it with bigger batteries. I need to make cable, so I can wire up outside properly, because having it off the airlock makes me stressed. Does decomposition give off CO2, O2? I don't think so. Something in here has given off gas, though. Something in here's given off a lot of gas. Where'd all this gas come from? Thanks, Firestrike. It's atmosphere. That's pretty much the same breakdown as the outside atmosphere. Where'd that come from? Weird. Very weird. Alright. Gotta deal with this then. Active vent exterior. On. What? I deselected you. I should be able to interact with you now. No, you should... How are you locked? Oh, wait a second. They're set up wrong. No. How did... I must have stuffed that up when I tried to fix it last week. At some point. That does explain the gas going in. Yeah. It goes a long way to explain that. Alright, at least that's going back out again. Okay. Oh, I have a new skull. Where's my other skull? Here it is. There we go. And those all disintegrate soon. There we go. At least these are nicely getting charged up. Prototype Semantic, I don't have any seeds. I'm on Venus. They don't give you seeds. I have to make a trader in order to get seeds once I have an environment in which seeds will not get instantly destroyed. Oh, speaking of bad environments, I need to make myself some CO2 filters. While I'm thinking about what I'm going to be doing next. Thank you for another 100 bits. Unidentified flying cheese. Yeah, it turned out you were right. The CO2 did come from the atmosphere. The atmosphere did come from the atmosphere. Okay. Filters back in. And now, I'm going to, I think, do I try and make power first? I should try and make power first. So what sort of power? Everyone was suggesting that I try and do wind turbines. Here. So if I get an upright wind turbine, I need iron and copper. Alright, so we should have some more copper outside. I can put another bit on, and I can go and mine a little bit of iron and get some of that set up too. We're now almost vacuum in here. Oh, yeah, it's getting close. Might just wait till it's done. Because it does make it so much better to operate in here if it's a vacuum. Transformer for outside to hook onto big line. I could do that, but I was thinking instead, once I get a bit more copper, I'm just going to run another cable back outside. Instead of going through this APC, I might run something around the other side of the airlock that's straight cable. Just because at the moment I don't need a lot of stuff out there. Later on, I would hopefully replace all of that with a mainline cable of heavy cable. Chutes aren't too expensive. I could probably, without too much trouble, put a chute in that just dumps the ingots straight back inside from the arc furnace outside. It's probably not a bad idea. So that I mean, once I get a power supply up and running, I probably want to have a chute to drop stuff into the arc furnace and then have those ingots come straight back inside. But also, I probably want to operate the arc furnace inside this room or inside another room where I can actually take the off gases from stuff that I process in there and use those off gases for various things. Because especially as we learned last week, the off gases from gold are oxygen as a major component, and I want that oxygen so I can keep breathing it. I have set up a little water thing from my big water tank, which has... Wow, not many liters of water in it. That's terrifying. I didn't appreciate how little there was there. Ew. Ew. Bandolier, my streaming schedule will be changing after next Monday. After next Monday, I'll be changing things up and we'll be streaming with Shadow on weekends. We're going to try for a bit and see how that works. Come on, get to vacuum already. There we go. We vacuum, 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 vacuum. Good. Now, need to set this up properly. Okay, that is exterior. That is interior. Take that out. And cycle. That would also explain why I had to cancel the pressurized phase during the cycling of the airlock previously. That was set up wrong. That makes a lot of sense. Let's chuck that coal in there because I'm running out of power. Chuck more copper in here. And I am going to go do a little bit of mining. My new magically improved mining skills that mean I get a whole lot more stuff for a whole lot less work. Because honestly, even if I wasn't playing this on stream, I think I'd still play with an ore mod. The mining is just too slow. Alright. I need some iron as well. And I should probably try and find some coal. Thanks, Takari. Thank you for 10 months. Whoa. Gusty. It's gusty in the mines today. Oof. I don't think I can run into oxide or any ices at all on Venus. Which changes the way I have to go about thinking about gases and the like. Because if I can't find ices to make gases from, then I have to collect gases from things like my furnace. So it's kind of like playing on the moon, in some ways. Coal. Oh, there's a little bit. Please be more than that one little bit of coal. Yay. Yeah, I need to get the better drill this week as well. That will be a nice improvement to get. It makes a big, big difference. Although, not as urgent as it was last week. Or it doesn't feel quite as urgent. Alright, that'll do. Playing Stationeers while watching this and my hydration critical got you. Yeah, the joys of watching someone play a game while you're playing it yourself. That sort of thing happens a lot. It's like hearing zombie noises while someone's playing something like 7 Days to Die. I'm going to put iron in this time because I need more iron. Yeah, mining belts, all that sort of stuff is gonna be done. Don't worry. I obviously am just not quite in the position to do that just yet, since I haven't got a tool maker. I was focused very much last week on getting up the ability to make steel because I wanted the battery. Because once I got a battery, having a station battery, then I can burn the coal in a way that's going to not waste most of its power. But equally, we'll have somewhere to store the power from things like wind turbines and the like. Hey, Bobo. Have they come up with a use for uranium yet? Not as yet. I believe the plan, last I heard Dean talking about it, was for them to actually make reactors, somewhat realistic nuclear reactors, a thing in the game. Yep, the burst pipe is indeed a feature. It is not a bug. I'm going to pop these in the airlock for now, while I process more stuff, because I think I'm just going to hang out here for a little bit while that stuff's processing, and I can clear my inventory a little bit. Just because I'm concerned that the power... Oh, actually, I'm going to go inside. Wait, how long left on that? Oh, that's copper. That'll take a while. Alright, let's get inside. And I'll look at making a wind turbine. Yeah, you could almost certainly insta-fry an egg on my helmet. 463 degrees is very hot. Oh, I should check to see if iron or copper give off any useful gases. Nitrogen. Okay, so that might be useful from copper. I don't think iron gives off anything useful, though. Yeah, iron doesn't really. Carbon dioxide is plentiful here, so I don't have to worry about that. So, wind. Upright wind turbine. Cool, I need more gold. I think I'm just going to have to cook off some of this gold so that I can get more than one turbine up. The reason not to use the other one is it's just a bit more pain, really, for simple stuff. And I wanna fix it up. My aim is to make the other thing useful, but I just want to do the quicker way at the moment. The amount of power required to heat up the gas as a fully heated thing is probably more than it costs to run this thing. Yeah, it's quiet except for the of my slowly dehydrating self. No, gold needs hotter than the current atmosphere. It's that? No. That? Yeah. 600 Kelvin. Oh, no, wait. What? Gold doesn't. I was thinking of steel. Gold should be able to be melted in the thing just from the atmosphere. Interesting. Maybe I should use the internal one for the gold then. I completely forgot that from last week. That's exactly what I did last week. Thanks, Kaylin. Thank you for 1 year. Any way of getting hydrogen so you can make water with the oxygen? I don't know of any way I can get hydrogen. There might be a way. I'm not sure of any way, though. Alright, we got the gold. We've got a wind turbine made. I need to make some more cables. And then I should probably make some more heavy cables too, because I'm going to need to run heavy cables from the wind turbines. But I should have enough power in the battery to last me a while now. Let's make another one of those. Some more copper in, because I want to make some cable after that. No, Charlie has not killed me yet today. Charlie's not even in the shed with me yet. She didn't want to get out of bed when I got up this morning, so she's still in her crate. Still in her bed, just going, yeah, I'm fine. Don't want to leave here.
Waste tank caution.
I guess I can deal with my water. Apparently the heavy breathing gets to some people. Let's get power. Let's go through the airlock once. So I was just going there to empty out my waste tank so that it was as empty as I can get it easily. Do I make one more? I think I'll make 3 wind turbines, yeah. Alright. How long has that got? Before I get distracted. I'm gonna open my helmet. I may as well eat as well.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Drink faster!
Temperature
Drink
high.
faster!
Temperature critical. Cognition low. Low pressure.
Man. I need to get a lot better at drinking. Would not do well in a sculling competition. Leather boy. Yes, Charlie needs treats. Very lucky with that dog, because she is very good around Toby. It's so funny watching her be delicate, because she's not delicate around anything except for... Hey, I overdrank. When did that become a thing? What the... Has that been a thing for a while and I never noticed? Oh, it came with the mood changes, did it? I see. Should be a button to hold your breath while you try to drink. Yeah, like when you'd hold your nose to not taste the horrible medicine that you'd have. That sort of thing. Totally be that. Right, get a bunch more cable. Then we'll fix up the wiring for the outside bit. Then put down these wind turbines, which will probably need me to get the steel out of here and make some frames so I can put them down. How much copper's in here? Heaps. Right, let's start wiring this up while I'm waiting for some more to be built. If I get to the point of having a decent amount of power, I can then also put lights in the base, which would be nice. Alright, I need to chop this here. Take that out. Put that in. Good. Oh dear. Okay, that's all. And eject. That's the Atmos. Okay, making some frames. I probably need, I guess, 7 or 8 of these. Yeah, I am probably going to need to have some more uh, cables than what I've got, but the heavy cables especially, but I'm hoping I can at least get one of the turbines hooked up and have a look at how many more I need, because although I could probably, actually maybe I can process some of the gold before no, because I want to rework the whole furnace setup, so I might just process some more gold outside when I go out there. Fortunately, with the mining mod, I don't have to worry too much about capturing every little bit from every little thing that I process, because I will have a lot more stuff, a lot more easily available to me, so I can be less strict on everything, because it won't take me half a day to mine enough gold to process a single stack or something like that, which is what it would have taken before. Let's go 10's enough for now. Let's get some steel plate, steel sheets. What the heck? Why is my inside so hot? Where's this gas coming from? Why do I keep getting... Oh, because I opened my helmet. That's why, isn't it? A tiny little bit of gas from opening my suit. I'm only using a single mod for this, which is changing the difficulty, one aspect of the difficulty setting, so that I get more ore per bit mined. That's all. Everything else is vanilla. Let's go down to this side. It's my welder. It's gonna run out of battery in a second. Yep. Literally ran out as I said it. Okay, let's go back inside and get the bigger battery for it. Thanks, Gorham Law. Thank you so much for the sub. Yes, Kegoba, you are in time for the Death by Charlie stream. I'm sure she will come to distract me in a little bit. Big Blue, I never messed around with a deep mine mod, because I never really get to the point where that becomes necessary, because I tend to play with mods that increase the ore yield from mining. So I think I kind of end up bypassing the part of the game that would inspire that to become important, which is, I guess, sad in some ways. How much are you putting out? Is there any way for me to easily tell? I have no idea. What am I doing? I want my wire cutters. What the? Nope. That's not where I want that. I'm just trying to think through this through. I'm going to move that eventually, so what I might do is start by just going straight across here. We'll just go out to here for now. And there we go. One wind turbine is hooked up. Yay! Oh, my oxygen. This is the problem with having so many different HUD warnings all the time. Is I get a little bit of warning blindness and don't notice the important ones.
Air tank critical.
Huh. Surprised that was off-gassing from that thing for so long. That pipe. Alright, so process some more gold. Then hopefully these things will be giving me enough power that I'm not going to need to keep processing coal all the time. Actually, I need to cable up the thing, don't I? It's not actually connected. Heavy cables there, so let's go down. All of this is probably going to end up being completely redone later. So I'm not going to stress too much about putting things in their best spots, but I guess I'm going to try not to be too terrible. There we go. That's hooked up, and it's no longer hooked up through the airlock, so the airlock battery is safe. I should probably try and print off another airlock battery, like another large battery for both the airlocks, to make sure that they've got a bit more security for their power. But I'll do that once I've got these turbines hooked up. So is there any nice way for me to check the power output of a wind turbine? Because like with solar panels, you can just stare at them and they tell you. Why don't we get the same for wind turbines? Network analyzer, does it? Alright. I think I have one of them inside. I'll go check. I think it comes with one. I think I normally put that one away because I so rarely use it. Is that? Yeah. Now the next question is, can I interpret the numbers I'm going to get from this? Okay. What does this mean? Is the thing putting out 940 kilowatts? Because that's how much the battery's got? Potential is the max production. So it's the wattage. It's the number of watts that I'm getting. Yeah, what happens if I cut this wire? Potential is 140. 130. Okay, so I don't get a lot from these. Gotcha. They're not... I don't even... Is that even better than Mars was? This doesn't feel substantially different to what I got from wind turbines on Mars. I would have thought with the much denser atmosphere I'd get a lot more. Even without the storms. But I haven't gotten any storms. Oh, actually. Let me just check something quickly. If I go to my save game. Is it under weather? That's weather manager. Days since last weather event 8. Was that? Or is there another? Or is there a storm? No. Is weather event scheduled false? Feel like there might be something I need to change in the save file to get the storms back, because they don't seem to be running. Unless it is still on a cooldown? The cooldown did seem long. So I thought the stuff that's in the save, the world.xml, is slightly different to what it used to be for the weather stuff. Fulgent, people said last week that they fixed the weather. I still have not seen a single storm here on Venus. So they may have fixed it on Mars, but maybe they didn't fix it on Venus. Because my solar panel is not damaged. It has not been damaged one bit. And it's been outside the whole time. Yeah, but Nev, I'm a lot further than the first couple of days, because a day is 20 minutes, and I'm now like 6 hours into this save. Day 16. So that'd be 320 minutes in, which is... Yeah, okay. So they give you a bit more time on Venus. Alright. So the storm should be coming today. If it's meant to be 320 minutes. Well, I guess... What are these giving me now? What's the total? It'll be like 300 watts? 400 watts. If I can put down like 5 of these, I can probably get enough power to at least get a little bit of charge up. 1 kilowatt. Woo. Inside I go. Okay, so I've got the cables running from outside. I've got heavy cables from the things going into my batteries. The next thing I think I should work on is my furnace in here so I can have gas capture. What I want to do, I'm going to go through into, actually, before I do any of that, let's just open this up. Oh, that's open up. Has this got a big battery in it or a small battery? Big battery, okay, cool. So that can stay closed. So I just need one more big battery. Maybe two. Steel out of here. Make two more big batteries. So I'm going to put one of the big batteries in this airlock and get rid of this small battery out of the battery charger, and that way I've always got more big batteries around the place. Then I'm going to go through and talk through and think through what I need to upgrade this furnace. I think I want to have at least a couple more of these gas storage bits so that I can have hot gas stored a bit better. And I probably also want to use this silicon to make some insulated pipe so that I've got insulated pipe on the heated side of things. Oh, insulated pipe also needs steel. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, you can make pipe cladding kits as a separate thing? I misinterpreted what the patch notes had said. I thought it was I thought it was saying that you needed to make that you just used like the wrench to straight up replace the pipe with one type for another. Glad. No? Is there a pipe? Insulated pipe kit, or is it just you use this? Yeah, inline tanks I know don't have insulation, so I'll have to have a bigger thing later on. Yeah, I think it's just replacement. I think you're right. I think I was right. Let's get the steel out of here again. Oops, need to have it on to do that. Yeah. So I think the way the pipe upgrades work is this. This is what I understood it to be anyway. So you walk up to a thing and you can upgrade to insulated pipe with insulated pipe. So you can just do it straight off the thing. Rather than having to remove the pipe and then put the insulated pipe in its place. Yeah, so if you remove the upgraded pipe, you get insulated pipe. Alright, what else do I need for this? I need a couple of pumps. Need some volume pumps, which needs gold and copper. Also need to get some storage around here at some point. Oh wait, I have space in my thing. I can use some of that. I've got enough cable. I should be able to work with that. Alright, let's go through and have a look. Now the bigger battery's in there, I can close this up. And not think about that anymore. So, the suggestion that I was given that I would like to try and implement here is to actually have a recycling loop on this system here. So, at the moment, I have gas that I heat up, that I add to the furnace, that then I can pull out of the furnace and send out into the atmosphere. What was suggested that I do instead is have a loop. So the gas that goes into the furnace comes back out of the furnace, can go back through the heater to go back into the furnace, and I can keep cycling that gas through using pumps. Which means I need a few more extra loops set up in here. And a few more pumps set up so that I can control where that gas is flowing. But I also want to have a gas sorting setup in here, at least for oxygen to start off with. But I should have a look at what else is in the pipes. Just to see whether there's anything else. I think it's just oxygen that I want out of it. Yeah. It'll just be the oxygen for the moment, because CO2 I can sort out at another time. So I'm going to clear out a bit more space in here with my drill. And hope I don't go to outside. But because I'm going to have some atmospheric sorting in here, I need a bit more space. And I'd rather do the creation of space now than later. So if I stuff it up at this point, it's not as disastrous. Oh, actually, that's a good point. I possibly want to make the advanced furnace, don't I? What do I need to make the advanced furnace? I need to make electrum and solder. Okay, I don't think I've picked up any lead yet, so... Electrum requires... So I can make electrum without any major efforts. I just need to be able to pressurize the furnace. That's easy. And solder is probably the same. Yeah. Oh. No, I have to cool it down to make solder? Uh-oh. Huh. Uh-oh. That's going to be an interesting challenge. Thanks, Papa Tim. Thank you for 5 months. Well, we will deal with that. Not now. I'm going to keep digging this hole. I've got room. Actually, do I even need to bother going through all... I should really just try and get that sorted before I mess with this too much. Going straight for the advanced furnace makes a lot of sense. But I do want a bit of gas capture for oxygen as well, so I'm torn. I don't think gold will lower the furnace temperature enough because, although I can check. So gold will only go down to, gold at best can take it down to 327 degrees, and solder needs me to take it down to 277 degrees. So I need to somehow lose another 50 degrees Celsius. Eh. Well, that's gonna be something of a challenge, I think. How do I make gas cooler here? I wonder if the portable air conditioner would be enough to make a small amount of gas cool just to make the solder. Trouble is, I've already used the portable aircon and have got a whole lot of heat stored in it. Heat exchanger to the exterior would heat it up because the exterior is hot. Proper hot. Thanks, Capivo. Thank you for 28 months. So yeah, I can't cool down by venting to outside. Hmm. Yeah, outside is hotter than solder temperature by 150 degrees. So I'm going to have to do some sort of phase change cooling to cool down enough so that I can even make the advanced furnace. Right. At least that makes me feel better about setting up the furnace properly now then. The basic furnace. Realized I went in there and I didn't really have much pipe. That's getting low, but it's not disastrous yet. Can radiative heat exchanges bleed heat into the vacuum of the room? Given I'm on Venus, or does it only go down to Venus's ambient? Because there was another comment that suggested I can only go down to Venus's ambient temp. Just get 2 more of these. Just going to set this up to make more steel anyway. I will find out for science, sure. Okay, so let's break down a bunch of this stuff because I'm going to change the way this works. And I prefer to start fresh if I can. Ish. Alright, so what I want is I need to have a volume pump to push air back outside and a volume pump to pull air from outside. So that can be my pull air from. And then we can do a push air to outside. Just here. Yep, that's how I want that.
Hydration critical.
That works. Then I want to remove this pipe heater from there. Hand drill required. And the pipe heater instead would go over here if I'm not going to move that tank. Nope, wrong way around. Yeah, there we go. That's probably a bit inconvenient. I should probably take that back off and move this inline tank. Nope, wrong tool. Oh wait, no. This needs to be different. Oh no, this I think this is right. Let's before I put the heater on, I'm gonna make the loops. So I probably want to get rid of this valve here because I'm not going to use that valve there. I would use a pump and I'll use the volume pump here to take gas out of the furnace.
Power critical.
Power critical. Oh man. That's the wrong way around. Yeah. So we've got a volume pump to pull out of the furnace, which then goes into the loop that's connected up to my heater. Got a volume pump to pull air from outside. Yeah, okay, this is working. Let's go sort out my power situation before I get myself killed. And I'll deal with the water later. Okay. So, pull air from outside goes into this loop. I'm just going to put the line in for now so that it's... That loop can then get heated. So that loop then gets heated, goes into the furnace. If the furnace doesn't get hot enough, I can pull that gas out, which goes back to the same loop that has the heater on it. So I can pump back into that. If I need to then evacuate that gas, I can evacuate it using this pump here. And then, what I also need to have is another branch off this that can pull off the oxygen so that I can store the oxygen somewhere. And then, we're good. Yeah. Just going to tidy this up a little bit. And drill. There we go. That's nice and neat. So yeah, that should allow me to control where these gases are flowing and allow me to heat them up and recycle the same gas to heat it up further. I don't have any paints, did you? And I don't have a tool maker, so I can't make paints yet. Then I just need to replace 2 sections of this with a with the inline tank. And we're good. Yeah. Yeah, true. I could hang a bunch of inline tanks on the side so that I've got a bit more storage of heated gas. But I think this will do. Now I got to cable all this up. Which also probably would benefit from a little bit of extra drilling around here. Alright, plug in the heater first, then I need to connect up this pump and this pump. This pump should be easy. There you go. Then this one, I should be able to do this. I think was going to be the most direct without me having to pipe, cable all the way around. Oh no, I can't pipe through the... Dang it. I was hoping I could pipe... I could wire straight through there, but I'm going to have to move the inline tank one bit down so I can use the cables across. Okay, now the cable will go across. Thanks, Terranor. Thank you for the sub. The heavy breathing begins again. There we go. That's relatively neat, I think. It's definitely neat by my standards. So there's that. What I'm going to do now is maybe pop that and that out. And replace them with these two. For what little difference that will make. Alright, now let's have a look at pipe radiators and see if I can cool this thing down in my vacuum that's in there. Terranor, this gets uploaded to my second YouTube channel, Flipsy. So the VOD from last week's stream is up there already, and this will go up over the weekend. So all my live streams go to my second channel. What am I doing? Seriously, what was I doing? I've forgotten already. I want an atmospherics kit. But I wanted the radiator as well. What do I need for radiators? Is it a pipe radiator? Or is it a different thing? Okay, that is the right one. Pipe radiator. Golden steel. Alright, let's see what happens.
Hunger caution.
My mood is sad from I'm stinky. I believe that's why my mood is sad. Okay, so our current temperature is 600 degrees Celsius. Maybe I'll look at this one, which is 464. Pipe convection radiator, pipe radiator. It's the pipe radiator, not the convection one, right? No radiated from this pipe network. What do I need to remove this wrench? Also, this goes to outside, so I'm not going to be able to change the temperature of it anyway. Oops.
Health low.
Okay, so what I probably want to do for testing this is actually make a dedicated system for testing this. If I put a valve in here, and then I put a pipe like this, and a pipe like this, and get another pipe, and get my wrench, and put that there. Then I can equalize to atmosphere. Check the pipe. Yep, equalize to atmosphere. Let's close that. Grab the radiator, pop it on there, and then we can see if this changes. No radiative heat loss, it looks like. Oh well. As expected, the radiators do not work here. Yeah, Dominator, I am in vacuum, and that's where a radiative heat loss should work. Because radiative heat is literally giving off heat as light. So it should work even in a vacuum. But doesn't work here. It's a very inefficient way to give off heat, but it can give off some amount of heat. That's why managing heat on like the space station is really hard. Alright, I'll deal with my heavy breathing. Fill up my water bottle. Pop my disc in. Close my door. Turn on my vent. Actually, turn off my vent. Let's open. Drink.
Pressure critical.
Drink, 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 drink.
Oxygen critical. Cognition low. Low pressure.
Oh, I did that wrong. Dang it. Forgot. I was meaning to do this first. To depressurize. I've now just let all that gas out into here. Ugh. Oop. Hey, my station battery's holding for now. That's good. Still got a bit of gas in here. Well, I was trying to do the right thing with the airlock then and venting my suit, but I stuffed it up. Okay. Should have a nice heating loop so that I can produce at least steel a bit more easily. The cooling loop's going to be a bit more complicated. As I feel like I'm going to have to superheat something and then bleed that heat off outside. How am I going to exchange that heat to that? Air conditioners can do that directly, can't they? Which is a... just the atmospherics kit. Need more gold. Yeah, it's a heat pump. So I figure the easiest way to do this is just to use a heat pump, have some insulated pipes running from inside there to the outside, where I'm going to heat a loop of gas up to whatever I need to try and cool down the gas in the furnace to the temperature I need to make solder. But before I do that, I might want to do some sorting around here. However, I'm going to, I think, hook this portable gas tank up to... Yeah, I'm going to set up this atmospheric system first to get to capture that oxygen. The 27 degrees Celsius in the room is because I let a little bit of gas out of my suit, which is not a good way to get gas for the furnace. It's probably a way to get it, but I don't think it's a good one. Oh, I need to have a frame in here. I need to move the steel in here because the steel is in there. I prefer to replace everything with steel once I've got the steel available, because it is a cheaper way to make frames overall. And I think they look nicer. Alright, we're vacuuming here now. I can turn off the vent. Oh yeah, I can probably use the portable AC, couldn't I? As well. I don't have to use a proper AC. But I think I might use the proper one anyway. Then I don't have to deal with the battery side of things. Okay. Well done. Alright. I'm going to just chuck another one down anyway so that I can not have these in my inventory. Let's drill a little bit more of this out. So we have a bit more space to play with. It's probably getting to the point where it's kind of risky for me to keep drilling this way. I'm getting probably fairly close to the surface. Atmospherics kit. So I want filtration. The switch is on that side, okay. That's annoying. I prefer having the switch side facing out, but then I'm going to have to bring the gases down on the right-hand side rather than the left. So I could put the filtration over this side, which will at least follow my logic a bit better. Oh yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Pop it over here. Right, what do I need for this? 2 pipe. Screwdriver and 2 cable coil. So I now have a filtration unit that I can put some oxygen filters in. Cool. Pop those in. Then what I want to do is have this input pipe connected up to here, probably. Yeah, before the heated section. Don't want to be taking gas out of the heated bit when I don't need to. I may even ideally have wanted to have some sort of valve on this, but that's the pipes no longer hold much volume, so that's probably not going to make a big impact. So then my unfiltered can go back around to... My unfiltered could possibly even connect up to this bit on the output side. Because you can sometimes just connect this to here, and that's fine. Which is maybe the simplest way to go for now. I mean, it definitely is. It's a bit less efficient with the filters because you end up filtering out more stuff, but with this style of filtration, it should be okay. So we do that. And then the filtered output, I need to post through to the other side of the airlock so I can start having that collect back into my oxygen tank, which I'll put on a tank stand on the other side. I don't want the oxygen tank in here because if the furnace explodes, I destroy my oxygen supply. And I just see a comment in chat that saying, "Are you going to do that?" Yes, yes, I am definitely going to do that. Though to be fair, I'm not sure if if I'm actually going to survive if I lost all of the furnace, could I even recover from that? I'm not sure. Maybe try to cool it a bit before you mix it with your O2. Oh, yeah. I'm going to need an air conditioner on the oxygen. Although, that should be fairly cheap to run because I can just run it on the actual post-filtered bit. And there's not going to be a lot of that, so it shouldn't take much to cool it down. Come on, give me the things. Actually, I know the power's getting a bit low, so maybe I'll pop a bit more coal in. Gee, those wind turbines move slow. Alright. Oh, the solar panel got damaged. Yay, we had a storm. Storms do work. Yeah, the filter does work better with a pressure difference, I know. It still works this way, it's just not ideal. I'll get the pipes. I can start actually running it on this side. Pipe spaghetti. It's gonna get so bad in here. Yellow macaroni colour suits it well. Yep. True. True. It's fitting for spaghetti. Alright, we'll just get 20 of these and then I'll go through. Do. Yeah, JP, as I was just talking about, that's the plan. Have a cooling loop. I've got a valve in here though, so that's the valve I'm going to use. Okay. So I might need an inline tank if I'm going to try and cool this down before passing it through. Yeah. That's going to be a bit annoying. We'll see. Is that going to let me place on there? No. Right, so we need to get rid of that. Valve can go there. Pipe can go there. There we go. You should be able to filter oxygen out of there. Once I've cabled it up. And falling off the edge. So, filtration unit attached. Let's have a look at what's connected up to it.
Airtight critical.
Yeah, let's deal with that first. And then I'm probably going to have to go and mine a whole lot of gold so that I can fill up my oxygen.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. Come on. Down. And up. And down again. Yeah, how... If I'm using an aircon on gas coming from the furnace and then putting that heat back into the furnace, is that going to be... Is that going to potentially be less efficient? Because it's trying to push heat into something that's already really hot? Also, why have I got heat lines when I don't have an atmosphere? Oh, they're gone now. Oh, just a hangover. Okay. The storm appears to have hit. Yeah, my solar panel is damaged quite badly. But I was inside, so I did not see any of it happen. I've got this pipe gasket. I can at least put a small inline tank on the pre-filtered or the post-filtered. What am I doing? What was I doing? Oh, I was about to start filtering the air. Filtering the stuff to see if what I've done has worked. So on this side we have a tiny fraction of a millimole of oxygen. Delightful. And now we have none. I think I just deleted some oxygen. Alright, let's go mine some gold. Actually, before I mine the gold, I'm going to organize a bit of stuff around here so that I've got somewhere to put stuff down. Because I need some lockers. This storage situation I have, or the lack of a storage situation, is starting to get to me. Oh, lead. How convenient. Pop out. Up. Okay. Just trying to be a little bit careful about how much I mine out. Okay, we have auto lathe. Let's make some more frames. No, not iron frames. Steel frames. Put down some frames, then put down some whatchamacallits? Lockers. Then I can put all of this ore into lockers, and then I can probably start thinking about making a tool printer so that I can make mining belts to store the ore in. Yeah, I don't think I want to output night. I don't think I want to. I don't think I have any particularly significant use for nitrous. As I'm mainly doing an electric furnace, is my plan, rather than a gas furnace. So I don't really have much role for nitrous as far as I can think. Though I don't remember exactly at what temperatures it does its phase changes, so there might be a possible use in there, but I don't think so. JP, last I looked at shelves, they were not more space. They were substantially less space per unit of space. Unless that's changed. You can't stack them anywhere near as densely because they don't stack as high. I'll have another look, but yeah, the last I checked with those things, that was definitely not the case. I need to make some steel sheets. Thanks, Bugs. Thank you for the Prime sub. Mine can go in there. Those up there, and I'll move this stuff out of the way. Alright. Frames down. Should probably stop making sheet. Oh, no, need at least one more. Actually, I should make the floor airtight. Just in case. Bit of extra safety if I do that. I need the crowbar to get rid of that. Power critical? Really? Jeez. Go through the power so much faster than I remember. Oh, it's angle grinder for this. Okay, that'll do. Stop. 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 Yep. Up on top. Go there. I'm gonna have to clean up all this ore as well. Why won't that allow me to place that? Is this crate in the way? I think it might be. There we go. Okay. There's a lot of stuff to move. I do have an empty crate somewhere, that's true. But I've also... Oh, you jerk. Roll past me. That's iron. I have to replace that. If I weld up the ones I can also just chuck the stuff on top of it. Well, this is going to make my place feel a bit better anyway. Having a floor. Rather than living in a dirt hole. It's dirt all around.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. No! Oh. Wow. Rude. Hey, Tex. Now I have a flawed dirt hole. Exactly. It's the flaws that give it charm. Character. Alright, let's have a look at these lockers. So we have locker, which has 6 by 5 in a single cube. Or we have medium shelves, which have 3 by 5. So the medium shelves, they are nice because you don't have to open them. But you don't fit as many things horizontally as you can fit in the lockers. And you can just leave the lockers open. I do find the aesthetics of the shelves more pleasing though. So maybe I'll go with them this time. So obviously not that way around. But yeah, they're less space efficient. Significantly less space efficient. And honestly, most of the time I'm caring about space efficiency, not about iron efficiency. No, you can't put them in quite the same amount of space as a locker. They are slightly wider than a locker for the same, for slightly less storage. So if we have a look here, we've got 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or we have 6 by 5. And that's the size of a locker. The locker is substantially more cramped. So you can fit a lot more, you can fit far more lockers into the same space than you can fit shelves. So it's another one of these. Which type of efficiency are you going for? The nice thing about shelves, though, unlike lockers, is that lighting them becomes a little bit easier because you know the door's getting in the way of all the light. But yeah, when someone says that shelves are more efficient, not strictly true. Like with all things, it depends on your perspective. And what you feel is most important. Let's keep stacking these up. And at least that clears up my floor. Does closing the locker doors have any advantage other than looks? I don't believe so. I'm not aware of any advantage to closing the locker doors. Which is odd, because you'd think in a game like Stationeers it might prevent damage to things or something like that, but yeah. As far as I'm aware, I don't think it makes any difference at all. Alright, I need more shelves. How much more iron do I have? I have 2 more. Why do you start back to front to me? Silly shelf. Alright, now I can start emptying these containers as well. And start putting components and things on here. So let's go atmospherics in this one. Portable aircon. Frames can go up there. All in a hole. And I'm thirsty again. Have at least some semblance of organization going on here, but realistically not that much. How that hole. Let's fix that hole. Oh. There we go. Hole fixed. Man, that was going to get really annoying really quickly. Now for someone to jump in the game and mix all this up. No! That would be bad. That would be Capac. But he works today, so I'm safe. Alright, that's another one down. I mean, yeah, TFE messes with stuff, but TFE would possibly technically be available, and so I can't say his name safely in this instance. You can place the skulls on surfaces rather than on a shelf, but it is odd that they're not facing the player, but there may be a reason for that with this style of shelf. I'm not sure. Tiffy would drop the item in front of the shelf. He wasn't that bad once he understood what he was doing wrong. Part of the problem with poor TFE was that he just genuinely didn't realize that things were working or not working the way that they do. Because while TFE and Shadow both came into the Terraformers series quite blind, Shadow spent a lot of time playing outside the series and caught up and then surpassed the knowledge of myself. Alright, that one can probably just stay as is. Shadow, by most people's standards, yes, you did play a lot. There we go. Tidier. Shadow, how many hours do you have in Stationeers now? And yes, you did pick up on stuff quickly too, but compared to TFE's hours, it was a lot. My real world me needs more water, and now my Stationeers me needs more water. Yeah, 129 hours.
Health low.
All right, let's try and do this correctly this time. Let's grab some water. I can turn that off. Grab some water, grab some food. Okay, in goes data disk. Exterior vent off. Interior door off. Close interior door. Open helmet.
Pressure
Eat.
critical.
Drink.
Oxygen critical.
Drink faster! Close helmet.
Ignition low. Low pressure.
Decompress room. And reconnect vent. And reconnect door. Yay! I did it right! Yes, I am still eating and drinking in a vacuum. Yes, I am. That is a thing. Lungs are not yet damaged, no. I think most of the damage I did to my lungs last time was actually heat damage, not vacuum damage. Would you want to empty your waste at the end before going back inside? Yeah, doesn't really matter either way. I don't think. Okay, so let's go mine some gold. Do I have any gold here? No. Let's go mine some gold. See how much oxygen I can get from gold. There's gold. That's copper. Don't want copper. I want to see if I can actually collect enough oxygen from processing gold that I could keep myself going for a bit. Or am I going to need to set up for a trader ASAP? Yeah, breathing 600 degrees steam is not healthy, nor is breathing vacuum. Which is, I guess, not really breathing. I need a bigger battery for this. I did not get very far. Yeah, maybe next time I try and eat and drink, I'll empty my waste tank into the airlock, see if it gives me enough pressure that I don't instantly die. Start taking damage at least. Could give that a go. Well, thing is, Tex, you can't really expose your lungs to temperature if you're exposing them to vacuum, because vacuum doesn't have a temperature. But if you had a vacuum and then somehow released the gases that were in your lungs, you would no longer have a vacuum. You'd just have very low pressure at your body's temperature. But it all gets weird thinking about this stuff. It's not really a, it's so foreign to human experience that I think it's just very hard to imagine in a constructive, productive fashion. We got 125 gold. Let's see if I can get like 200, and then I'll process that and see if I get enough oxygen that's worthwhile. Any more gold around here? Gold. There's gold. There's more gold. Vacuum should do strange things to you, like... But it's just about how the thing I don't know is how effective our bodily membranes are at protecting a pressure difference of what's inside the body versus vacuum. And I think most of the speculative stuff around this is mostly uncertain about that. Like, how good are the membranes in your eyes at protecting your eyes from becoming a gas, effectively, at evaporating off? How good is your skin? I genuinely don't know the answers to that. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some information from like early space programs where they tested it on human analog animals. Alright, I think I have enough gold to work from now. So let's get out of this hole. Might as well grab a little bit of cobalt now, since it's right there, and a little bit of nickel. Just for when I do need it, at least I don't have to go out and find it. I feel like Venus has more ore because it doesn't have the ice to take up the same spots that ore might take up. Open pit mine for a front yard isn't too healthy either. Yeah. Yeah. Look. It's a thing. I don't want to have to walk too far from my front door to go mining. Because the longer I stay out there, the worse it's going to get. Thanks, Rekka68. Thanks so much for 40 months. The big 4-0. Oh, 1 second. Just want to quickly check something. Okay. Right. So, process gold should be straightforward. Oi, show me my own stream, you silly thing. Oh, and thanks, Bugs. Thank you for the Prime sub that I missed 20 minutes ago. Okay, so inside this we have a tiny bit of oxygen, some CO2, and some nitrogen. And maybe some pollutant, it's unclear. If I now put in some gold. So I put in 50 gold. What do I have now? 10 moles of oxygen. Okay. I think I will end up with enough oxygen from this. More gold. Oh, I should grab some silver because I can make the electrum without any major issues. Oh. Oh, right. It's not... Yeah. What does silver give off again? Nitrogen and nitrous. Right, let's pop out that gold because I don't need massive bars of it. Put a couple more in. How much is this cooling down? Aha! That's going to help. So at least if I cool this down before I do the solder by using gold to cool it down. Oh, wait, I need to heat it up because that gold's not going to process now. Oh. Huh. I may have just found a loophole. Wait, get back here. Current temperature, 576 Kelvin. Nope. No loophole. Good. I was wondering whether the gold would drop the temperature even though it's not getting processed. And no, it does not. So I need to up the temperature in there. But since it's currently quite cool, I might try and get this oxygen through and hopefully not explode this oxygen line. It's empty right now. This has no oxygen in it. So I need to pump this out. At least with the heat here, I'm not having to worry about liquids too often. Okay, so that should have oxygen in there. Yep. Let's turn that on. And we're getting oxygen in the pipe. At 322 degrees Celsius, which is enough to burn my lungs many times over. So I will figure out cooling that soon. One mole so far. The ores that went through but didn't ingotify, didn't smelt, may not off-gas the next trip through. Okay. That's got 19 moles in it. And that's got 15 and going down. Oh yeah, because I got that pump that pushes gas into the furnace. So that, yeah, I do have a valve there. I was worried for a second. Uncertain at what temp the off-gassing occurs versus the smelting and wouldn't put it past him to have the temps different for each. Yeah. We can test it in a second. Once I've made this into a vacuum, I can put the gold in here and see if it off-gases. In fact, I could probably just stop this now. Let's just check this pipe. Make sure it's not going to explode. No, long way from exploding. And that's not even connected to outside. That's only this section here. There's no... Not even connected to the bit that goes inside, because I wanted to cool it inside the furnace room. Okay. So... we have in here 6.6 moles of O2 at 303 degrees Celsius. If I put in this stack of gold, we do get it off-gassing. And the temperature is now 165 degrees Celsius. Oh. So we can off-gas the ores just to cool this down. Interesting. So I could now smelt solder in there. Huh. What did I need for solder? Need 1 megapascal though, so I need to up the pressure a bit. Yeah, but I could... yeah, this should be doable without complex cooling. And considering solder is the only thing that I was worried about needing to do complex cooling for in order to get the advanced furnace, I should be able to get up to the advanced furnace, which makes this whole setup a little simpler because of it having the inbuilt pumps. Oops. Cool. Very cool. And in a more literal sense than I was meaning that to be. Alright, so we'll get all of the stuff out of the furnace. I'm gonna get... I now need to think about how I'm gonna cool this down. Oh. Maybe I want to set up a furnace that just off-gasses oxygen from gold only and is set up to be... and is running fairly cool, so I don't have to cool it down much. That seems like a lot of work for now. I think I just want a cooling loop on it. So let's try and figure out a cooling loop. What are you pressure you at now? Pretty low. There's not going to be much oxygen left in there, I don't think. Just a few moles. Alright, yeah. Let's turn that off. And now I need an air conditioner. So, for the air conditioner, I want to take this oxygen and transfer its heat into another pipe, which can then connect back up to the waste from the waste / input from the furnace. Let's go make an air conditioner. Power's okay on the battery. I should probably be turning things off more often. That's not great. What do I need? Some more copper. But there's copper in here. No, I think I put copper up on the shelves over here. I did. But I need more than that. That has nothing in it. That has nothing in it. Alright, I'm gonna have to go smelt some copper. Of course, I'm about to go outside with no oxygen in my tank and my other tank almost full. I'll chuck this in and go straight back inside. Alright. Waste tank cleared. Let's get my oxygen tank.
Air tank critical.
Yeah. I know my air tank's critical. Thank you, Kane. I just took it out. Alright, so I'm just waiting for the copper to smelt. Then I can make the air conditioner. I'm going to need some more pipe for that as well, which I've got a decent amount of. Let's put this gold away. I don't know which bits of the gold I've off-gassed annoyingly, but it'll be fine. Oops. Put the nickel there too. Those there now. Copper should be done. Move. A blast of wind every time I come out is a bit ridiculous. Also, those really aren't turning much in this weather. Damage is at 21%. 7 grams. How many wind turbines would I need to put out what a solar panel normally puts out? A solar panels normally, like the better solar panels are measured in kilowatts, aren't they? Of their output?
Power critical.
Yeah. Switch my battery out. Pop the copper in. Make the atmospherics kit. To make the better solar panels, I do need more stuff than I have currently. Venus is good for both of them, I think, but the trouble is the base load of wind is really low. It doesn't generate much most of the time, but then you get a storm and it generates heaps. So it's tricky. Okay, I'm going to put the coolant bit over here just to make it a bit easier to deal with. The switch is on which side of the machine? The other side, okay. I presume I need pipe. Then I need cable. And a screwdriver. Okay, so input output, waste. So the waste is where the heat goes. Wait, hang on. Hmm. So if I've only got a single input, the waste thing, does that just equilibrate with that particular tube that I'm connected to? So if I connect up the waste to the tube out of the furnace like this, is that going to work? Like if that's connected up like that, is that going to work? So it's going to try and dump heat into whatever's in this tube. Okay, so that should be all right. Now the next thing is, can I connect my input to my output somewhat directly? Or is that going to cause a problem for the air conditioner? Because I was kind of thinking I might do something similar to what I did here. Just having a loop around it. Or does that create issue for the aircon? Input and output can be put together just fine. Cool. I know the aircon's going to be super inefficient outside of the range that I might want to have it working at, but I was hoping that it would still do something. If it does absolutely nothing, then that's kind of going to ruin my plans. As I was kind of hoping to see if I could get the oxygen cooled down a bit. We'll see. Because there's not a lot of gas there, hopefully I don't need it to be especially efficient. And I can just at least have it doing something. Alright. Let's test this out. So currently we have 1.2 megapascals of 305 degrees Celsius oxygen. And on this pipe we have 297 degrees Celsius gas mix. The filter is still running, so let's turn that off. That's going to confuse things. So we're at 305, and we're going to attempt to cool down to 20. Let's see how we go. Down to 250 degrees, 240. What's the temp in here? 300. Yeah, it's struggling now. But we're down. We have a 103 degree difference. Nope, even more. It's still going down. I think the vast volume difference, as in there are a lot more moles of gas on this side than there are on this side, is helping. What does the tooltip say for efficiencies? Temperature differential efficiency, 4%. Yeah, that's pretty bad. %. Yeah, my thinking, I guess, for this is going to have to be do this piecemeal. Do it batch by batch. Cool a bit, get it out into the tank. Cool a bit more, get it out into the tank. In fact, I need to replace this with a pump, not a valve. So I'm going to go get a pump. Leave that running for a bit. Because I want to be able to evacuate all the gas and push it into a single direction. Once it's cool enough, I want to just push it into the tank. Because otherwise the tank's going to equilibrate with this line and then I'm going to have a whole lot of oxygen in it that I don't want. No, that's not right. It's not the way round I want that. That's better. There we go. How are we looking? Down at 132 degrees Celsius. That's still a bit too hot. How hot's this at? Still only at 306. I wonder if I can cool this down a bit more by off-gassing a bunch of different ores at the same time. What is the efficiency at? 0.5% efficiency. Oof. So what I'm trying to work out right now is there a way to do these in series such that they can be more efficient? Put an ingot in? We'll try it. Got a gold ingot out here. Just make sure you keep at least 1 megapascal or higher on the waste output of the AC, or you will start pushing through the gas and not just the heat. Oh, really? That's fraught with me screwing it up. So we currently have 438 Kelvin. We now have 203 degrees Kelvin, and we have an efficiency of 0.5% again. But if I turn this on and I get the volume pump running, should slowly drop this, because that's minus 70 Celsius. Holy cow. That is very cold. How is that not dropping the temperature of this faster? How slow is this volume pump? Oh, it's a tiny volume of gas, that's why. What I should do is probably turn this on.
Hydration critical.
There we go, I've dropped it to 300 Celsius. 299, 298. Down to 123 on the oxygen. If I can get that down, I really just need to get that down below 40 degrees. I think 40 is safe to give myself a little bit of buffer. Oh no, I burst a pipe. Oh no, bad wrong. Bad wrong. How did I burst that pipe? That doesn't make sense. That was going into the furnace at 10 liters per minute and going out of the furnace at 10 liters. How did I burst the pipe? Oh, liquid because it was cold. Oh, that... Yep. It got too cold and I got liquid. Yep. That's probably what it was. Well, I don't have much oxygen in here, but I now have to figure out a way to get this back into the pipe. So I need an active vent. Because I need to get it back into the system and out of the room. How cold have I gotten this down to now? 121 degrees. That's at 265. And still at 2 megapascals, so I'll leave that on. Because the efficiency is still pretty terrible. At least if we can get it down below boiling, that water boiling temperature, that'd be nice. Alright, need an active vent. Yeah, the basic furnace is really kind of annoying. I really don't like it. I probably should just upgrade. Now that I think I know how I can do it. I'll clean up my mess first. Yeah. Can just go here. Let's get cables. I'm glad I set up the airlock before I tried to do any of this. Set in and on. There we go. We will get back to vacuum. Because annoyingly, that was probably warming up this pipe to some extent. Because there was hot atmosphere around it. Almost down to 100 degrees. That's Draco. Thank you for the prime sub. Let's gather up the loose ores in here. Yeah, I probably should. Okay, at least I've cleaned up that mess. Right. Let's try and get electrum and try and get solder so I can get the better furnace and then I can have pumps on the furnace itself that I control rather than pumps on pipes leading into the furnace, which honestly creates a lot of extra risk that I kind of don't want to have to deal with. So this is almost vacuum, so I can probably turn off that vent in a sec, which has saved me on power, so I'm going to wait. Alright, that's all the ore in here. And we are at vacuum, so I can turn this off. What temperature am I at now? Efficiency is at 0.4%. Oh dear. 90 degrees. I'm going to need to go put some coal in the power thing because I think that air conditioner is going to have chewed through my base power. Oh, not too bad, but I'll still go put some in. And then I will sort out my water and food so that we don't have the heavy breathing for quite so long. And I'm going to attempt, this time, the evacuation of my waste tank first before drinking to see if that makes it a bit safer. I think my waste tank has a bit of pollutant in it, but Venus is mostly CO2, so it should be mostly safe. Ah, let me jump. Okay, this goes in for manual control. Actually, no. Because I've got a system to recapture, if there's any oxygen that's been used to cool my suit by just running it straight through my waste tank, I should vent it into here, collect it back up. So if I cycle to interior, and then pop that there, and the buttons are grayed out for some reason. What? Okay. I need to do something before I fix this. I need to fix something more important. The furnace room is still running off the airlock. It's not running off main base power. I need to fix that. Oh. Oh, the pipe's there. Okay. So if we go up, I can then go round and down. Branch off there. I can then cut this, connect up. Error in config. Yes, I know.
Power
What?
low.
Why are you being weird? Oh, I'm gonna have to disassemble this thing, aren't I? Arg. Silly console. There is no cabin of a lander Tex. So there's no cabin to speak of. So when you drop in Stationeers, you drop in a lander that has you in a little seat on the outside. And so you need to build everything. Your suit is the only thing protecting you. Oh no! No, 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 no. Why are you like this, you rotten thing? So the door's working. The airlock's working, but it's not... Might have to remove the cables. Alright, I'll give that a go. See if the doors show up now. Nope.
Health low.
It's still seeing the doors. Maybe forced to build another airlock card. Yeah. I shouldn't throw that on the floor. That's a bad idea. Which is electronics printer and is gonna cost me what? Iron, gold, and copper. Iron, gold, and copper. You drop the card on the floor, you might be able to reset it using a screwdriver. Is that a thing? Oh, clear. Huh. I had no idea that was a thing. Oh no, it's still busted. It's still quite busted. Let's take that over there, put it over there. Since it's broken. Grab this one. Okay. What was I fixing? I've completely forgotten. Why was I in here? Why did I need to redo this? Oh, I needed to redo this so that I could disconnect doors and use the airlock manually. Okay, so we're counting that side as exterior. Active vent exterior. Nope. Okay. So that's fine. That's set up. Now we cycle. Then I put the disc back in. And then I disconnect composite door exterior. Close it. And then I get the water in my hands. I get the food in my hands. I open my waste tank. Brings me up to 9 kilopascals, which is not as bad. I then open my helmet.
Low pressure.
Eat.
Oxygen critical.
Drink. And close.
Cognition low.
I think I should probably flush.
Low pressure. Oxygen critical.
Because I wasn't sure. I think there was some pollutant in that waste tank. Okay. Not horrible, not great. I now need to turn this set. Need to unlock that vent. No, wait, I just need to open the door. Then I can turn this vent on and grab all that air back. Once I connect it up to the cables. Because I haven't hooked it back up yet. There we go. Now I'm no longer running off the airlock. Have they added a need for sleep and toilet yet? Don't think so. Just a shower so far. Alright, what temperature have we gotten this down to now? 83.3 degrees. Our efficiency is at 0.1%. Right. So, hold up a sec. If I have this gas in here that's cooled, if I have another air conditioner that I dump this air into and then use this to dump the heat into, then the heat's dumped from this one to this one. You can, in a sequence, use air conditioners to progressively cool more efficiently than just one air conditioner, right? Okay, I'm going to make more air conditioners. Except I'm not going to use the oxygen to cool the oxygen. I'm going to use this to cool this, to cool this, to cool this gas. And I'll just have some gas in a closed loop for the next aircon. And see if it works. See if I can get it working, I should say. The process should work. Whether I can get it working is another question entirely. My hope is that it'll just work better than what I've currently got so that I can get this down to breathable temperatures. Because at the moment it's 83. If 2 in a sequence is enough for me to get this small volume of oxygen down to breathable temperatures, I can then evacuate this and dump in another lot and do it again. I don't need to be cooling it constantly. And yeah, absolutely acknowledge that this is a power-hungry process, but that drives me to get more power sorted out. Which I think is good. Thanks, Minoc. Thank you for the gift sub. I don't mind a power-hungry process, because it gives me more things to do. Okay, so Atmo kit. Iron, gold, and copper. It's almost like I just dumped those out. And yeah, once I've got this oxygen cooled, I then want to hook up my oxygen tank to it so I can see if I'm able to top that tank up. And then I can start looking at getting more power generation capacity without me having to burn coal. Because while the coal side of things definitely works, it's much nicer having something that's passive. Passive generation is just so much better. Alright, we need to go smelt some iron. Anyone know if wind turbines in this game benefit from elevation? I don't know what circumstances the wind turbines operate off. These sorts of wind turbines. Yes, I should probably relocate the arc furnace so I don't have to walk around it like I keep doing. It would make sense. I'm weirdly patient with inefficient things like that. I don't know what it is. I just tend to just deal. Oh, that's better, Barnaby. 100 kilopascals is a much safer minimum pressure for the aircon to not bleed through. More pipes, more pipes. Gonna need more pipes. I need to make the tool printer before I can make the upgraded mining drill. And I really want to get my breathing situation sorted. My hope is, if I can start getting if I can get gas capture for oxygen sorted, then I can see if I can get this tank full enough that I can potentially pressurize this volume here and not have to worry about breathing, or at least pressurize a separate volume. Because that would be nice. Alright, so for the air conditioner, I'll place it here so I've got a bit of room to play. Now, are there any gases in here that are going to be a problem? The pollutant might be a problem if I get this cooled down enough. Where is pollutants liquid? So I'll use Celsius for now, just so I don't have to do maths in my head. So we will have liquid. Yeah, it's possible I could get this down to 150 Celsius, but the pressure would have to be quite high for it to go to liquid, so that should be okay. I think the chances of me, although that is already 5.5 megapascals. That's not great. Let's turn you back on. See if I can get all of the oxygen out of this. Is there any oxygen in here still? Yes. Let's empty this out too. I might need to filter out the pollutant. So what I was planning on doing was having a closed loop operating between this air conditioner and this air conditioner. And if I have a closed loop, I want to make sure that the gases in that closed loop are things that will not turn into liquid, even if in the very unlikely incident, in the very unlikely conditions that I manage to cool them a lot. No, Takari, X is a very bad pollutant in this instance because it can turn into liquid and I don't want something that turns into liquid. X is a bad coolant for my setup here. Things that turn into liquid at much lower temperatures are better. So like CO2, nitrogen, and oxygen. It's theoretically possible I could cool that loop enough that the pollutant will turn to liquid. You can set that AC to cool its input output to something above 152. Yeah. Yeah, that could be a safety net, I suppose. What I was thinking of doing was just getting a CO2 filter and just making a little pipe network with CO2 on it. I think I'll just do that. Because then I know I'm safe. So all I need is a couple of CO2 filters, which I need to make some of anyway. Just one of the ones in my suit. Dead. Ah, just make the one. So I need that, and then I need the pipe kit. I should be able to do this pretty easily. So what I'm thinking is if I disassemble this thing, which drill I'm guessing is the disassemble. Yep. So disassemble that. Reassemble it as a filter temporarily. Use the filter to fill this, which I'll put over here, which will then become the closed loop. The gas for the closed loop. That's off, so that's fine. I can disconnect this from here. So then we go from this, which should remain disconnected for now. And then put the little pipe in there. And that will come from... So, in this case, when I return this to an air conditioner, this will be on the closed backside loop. So it'll go from there to that and on the backside. In this case, what I need it to do is come off the filtered. Let me get there. Then I need to connect this to both the input and the other unfiltered. Hey, let me put it in the right spot. Thank you. Jeez. So that connects to there. Then connects to other bit.
Air tank low.
How low? That's okay for a moment. Okay, thanks Sisu for you. Thank you for 9 months. So we've got unfiltered coming out there, which is good. We've got filtered coming out there, and we've got the waste line coming in. So then if I put the CO2 filter on there, and I power this thing up, which I will do after I replace the oxygen in my tank, I should be able to get pure CO2 in that line, which means if I end up bursting that line, no big deal, but also shouldn't end up bursting it because it should be safe. And I remove the pollutant issue entirely.
Air tank critical.
Yeah, Splitsy does need a shower. Yes, my little character does. And power should be shortest from here. There we go. Turn you on. Let's check the pipe, see what we got. So we've got 200 kilopascals of pure CO2. Yeah. It's at 255 degrees, which is fine. We'll start cooling it soon. And then I'll run the double air cons and see if we can get the breathable oxygen down to breathable temperatures. So I was thinking of bringing this up to, say, 3 megapascals or so. Maybe. My underground base is expanded rather than a redesign. It's not really a redesign, I've just kept adding to it. The fracture point of the pipes is 60 megapascals. So I could put this quite a lot higher, actually, just to try and give more molecules in there to transfer the heat with, which might not be a bad idea. How is the CO2 looking in here? So we've still got quite a lot. It's still at 27% of the incoming gas, so it's not too bad. And our O2 is still coming out. The O2 is struggling because there's not really much in there. I'm going to chance it. I'm going to take a quick bio break while you guys watch this and see whether it explodes. I will be right back. See, I was fine. But getting almost to 5 megapascals, that's probably gonna be enough. I don't want to have to wait around for this forever. Obviously, getting up to like 20 megapascals would probably be pretty useful in terms of trying to get the volumes up, but we are starting to get to very high pollutant concentrations in the heat pipes. Oh, Zobrak. I'm taking a bit of a break from the underground alone thing because I really wanted to play Stationeers now that they've got they're doing a bunch of survival updates to it. And now the pressure differential is there. I think we are going to turn this off. I'm going to exchange that with the one in my suit. Grab that out, and we're going to deconstruct this. My intent with the Underground Alone series was always to come and go from it. It was never to be this will be a permanent fixture every single week. Okay, so that should be able to hook up to there now. Let's deconstruct this. And now I need screwdriver. I mean drill. Then wrench. Then drill again. now air conditioner. Like so. So that would be the input, and the input would be the output from this one. Yeah, that goes on there. That goes over there. Oh, no, it doesn't. That with screwdriver goes that. There we go. Aha. Okay, so waste connects up to the existing furnace waste, which I will tidy up in a second. I don't need that other branch off it anymore. There are always lots of games that I would happily play, but there are a few games that at any particular time that do what Stationeers has done for me today, which is made me completely oblivious of any of the sort of usual Twitch stats that I pay attention to normally during a stream. I realized as I took that bio break, I had no idea whatsoever how many people were watching because I was so focused on playing the game. And on reading chat. I had paid zero attention to it at all, which is great. And that's how much I wanted to play Stationeers today. I literally just really wanted to play it. Okay, now, if I turn this on, it has an efficiency of 0.1%. But if I turn this on, we should see... Hello? Why are you no cool? What have I done wrong? Thanks, Paladol. Thank you for 14 months. Oh, press the start button. Thank you. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Helps if you press the start button. So that's cooling down. We've got an efficiency of 6% and an efficiency of 66 dropping rapidly %. And we are down to 105. 4, 3. What's the temperature in here? 218 degrees. 281 over there. Yeah, the colder air is going to the second AC. So, the way this is working is, this air conditioner is taking heat from this network and dumping it into this network. This air conditioner is taking heat from this network and dumping it into this network, which then this air conditioner is the one that's cooling down. So if we think about where the heat is going from and to, we've got a gas that I'm trying to cool down. So this the temperature of this gas, the heat of this gas is going through this air conditioner into this, and then through this air conditioner into this. So making both of them a bit more efficient because there are two in sequence. And we are already down to 51 degrees. Because doing this means that the temperature differential across each air conditioner is smaller, therefore they can do their work a bit better. I have breathable oxygen in this pipe. That is awesome. What's my efficiency? Breathable? 2% and 10%. It's not great. Could be worse. Jerry-rigging is honestly the best thing about Stationeers as a game. The fact that they've somehow managed to give you so many different ways of solving a problem, many of which are inefficient but still effective, is really cool. Alright, so let's turn these off. Because that is breathable, which means I now need to pump it through into this line. So let's pump this to vacuum. And let's start setting up the tank to be connected to it. So I need a... What are the tank attachment things called? Tank base? Portables connector, there it is. Could turn this around that way and connect it up. I think that makes sense. So if I connect that up there, just make sure that I am connecting this up to the correct gas. Yep, 56.4 moles of 40 degree... Ooh. Why is that warming up so much? That's warming up quite a lot. Quite quickly. It's convecting a lot of heat. I need to get that insulated. So turn off the O2 filter. I did not. Dang it. Unfortunately, Daz, increasing pressure will not increase temperature. That aspect of PV equals nRT is not modeled. I just rediscovered last week. I'd forgotten that it wasn't modeled, and yeah. That aspect is not modeled, unfortunately. Even though I kind of wish it was. I should switch to insulated pipes as well. Thanks, DC Bloomer. Thank you for 4 months. Thank you very much. Do I have the steel in there? No. Where's the steel? There it is. Yeah, let's get insulated pipes. I just realized I might be at risk of heating up my entire oxygen supply once I connect the tank. I really don't want to do that. So I'm going to replace all of those pipes with insulated. And since I'm a cheapskate, I'm not going to upgrade them. I'm going to pop them all out. So I can still use these pipes later for something else. Whoa, no, bad, wrong. Bad, wrong, bad, wrong, bad, wrong. Oh no, good, there's no gas on the other side, but I just connected potentially there to here. Ooh. Turn the pump around and push it back into the cooling loop. Actually, it's not a bad idea to have a reverse loop there, just in case I do overheat the oxygen supply. Huh. That might be something I should do anyway. So I can put the main oxygen supply into that too. I know I could just flip the pump, but it might also be helpful to have it as a permanent setup. Such a tiny amount of iron, but least I've got those pipes available to me if I need them now. I don't have any more silicon. And there's only one piece of pipe on this side, so I think we'll make do. Let's check it out again. What temperature is it at? 58.6 degrees. Pump. Let's put it back in and cool it down again. Yeah, Johnny H, I was deliberately avoiding the inline thing because the inline thing effectively deletes the existing pipe. And I'm poor right now in the game, so I'm just being extra stingy. Probably should do it here instead. Nope, not that way around. Am I ever gonna get these around the right way the first time?
Hydration.
That's the way I want it. Okay. That gives me a means to connect this up once I get a few more cables, because I don't think I have enough. Unless I can see somewhere to be more efficient. No obvious spots. I'm sure there are spots, but I can't see them quickly, so I'm going to need more cable. This thing's going to need so much reworking when I eventually have a system that works, and then I'm like, actually, I'd like to rebuild this to something that works better now. If this room blows up, at this stage it would be game over. I think. Oh, I gotta... There's not much copper in there. Did I leave any copper in here? No. I'm just gonna go smelt some copper. Thanks, Blobby. Gonna get ya. Thank you for 11 months. There's gonna be some, there'd be some very sad noises if the furnace rebuilt. If the furnace exploded. My thinking would be, if that happens, I will try and survive. But my expectation will be that I will fail. Excuse me. I hope, once I've got this to... There we go, that'll do. Let's just grab those 10. Once I've got this step done, I can then go back to the idea of getting the other furnace. But maybe I should be looking at getting power production before then. It's just hard for me to decide on my priorities in Stationeers, I find. There are always so many things you can be doing that are useful. Deciding which one is most useful is tricky. Yes, in vacuum no one hears you. Bad wrong! Wait, these to all get made, and I'll go in. Yeah, I know, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty, I need a shower, I'm filthy, it's all going well. Need more warning icons. Yeah, I've only got 5. That doesn't seem enough. I haven't injured my lungs, so I don't have that one that I had last week. Okay, that's done. Let's grab the tablet. So on this side we have 58.6 degrees Celsius oxygen, and on this side we have nothing. It is completely empty. Okay. Nope. Increase. Pump through. Oh, actually, I should have... Why have I got a pump there? I don't want a pump. I should have just had a valve. Because then I can just open it up and cool it. This is daft. This is using power where I don't need to. I just need a valve. Because I can just open it up then and run the coolant loop. And then once it's cooled enough, I can then close it off again, pump it all out, and then I'm only having to cool small volumes again. Once I'm connected to the tank, that is. I might increase this to 30. Oh, no, it goes up by 10s. Increase that to 30. So it only pushes that low. Yeah, the pump is more than a fancy valve because it remains a valve even while active. So it still keeps the two systems separate, whereas this connects the two systems, which is what I want. Once I have a very steady power supply, I could run this permanently. Like I just leave this on, keeping the oxygen supply at 30 degrees and not worry about it. But because I don't have a reliable power supply, I will not. Let's close that. Turn the pump back on. Empty this out. Now I am dehydrated again. And the battery's dead. That's probably close to done. Maybe? Steal it from the drill for a sec. Oh, the drill only has 3%. What about the grinder? 50%. That's better. Oh yeah, I can do the single digits with C. I don't want to do the single digits. I did want to get it to 30. I just clicked thinking, oh yeah, this is only going to go up by 1, and it all of a sudden was at 50 degrees. Okay. Close you. Get the wrench. Do I need a bottle filler once I've connected this up to the system, don't I? Because I can't then just pop it in this hole. Get portable gas tank. Is it under the pipe utility still? It is, yeah. Done. There we go. Do I have any more silicon on here? No. Right, let's go get some silicon, and I'm going to process it so I can do a couple of insulated pipes just to finish off that insulated network. I think there's silicon up this way. I think that's where I remembered seeing it. Yeah, I probably want to set up that volume pump that I've got to be able to over-pressurize the canister line so that the canister gets up to the pressure I want, rather than it just being to whatever the line pressure is. But I thought at least I'd start with line pressure. Thanks, Bad Dog! Thank you so much for 53 months. How's life on Venus? It's starting to get better. It's not great, but it is starting to get better. I'm pretty thirsty. I'm pretty hungry. I'm pretty sticky and sweaty and gross. But it is getting better. I don't recall what the max pressure for the portable tank is. Portable gas tank. Max pressure 10 megapascals. So I need to make sure nothing gets above 10 anyway. But for the little tank, I don't want it to get to 10 regardless. I kind of want it around 6. I think the...
Health low.
Where is the tank? What's its max? What are they called? They're not bottles like Space Engineers, are they? No. Canister? High volume gas canister, canister. Max pressure 10 megapascals, so it's the same. So yeah, I don't want the pressure to get that high anyway. Insulated pipe. Oh, I want a back pressure regulator. That's what I want. What's that under? Because that's how I can keep the bit within the pipe that connects up to the tank at a nice pressure. Did you see sleeping gas in that list? Probably, because you can use that. Pressure regulator plus mass wall during build. Okay. Yeah. Pressure regulator. Need gold. Which... I may have run out of. I appear to have run out of. Okay. I might just connect this up for now. And we can make it better later if I do this. So if I connect that now. What is the pressure within that network? 2.92 megapascals. Alright. Got to start somewhere. So I can at least double the amount of oxygen in there if I go out and grab a whole bunch more gold. I'm going to... upgrade that. And upgrade that. There we go. At least then there's only the one tiny bit that's not sorted. So, to get that gold back out of here, I need to bring the temperature up but I don't really want to do that just now. I need to turn that off. I'm going to pop the gold out. Before I mess with increasing temperatures in there, I need to go and grab the stuff to make solder. Okay. So solder requires lead and iron. And 100 grams is probably going to be enough. I think. Health is at 52%. I probably shouldn't do this first. I should probably sort out my breathing situation. That's my drinking and eating situation.
Hunger critical.
Okay. Cycle. Disc. Close the door. And we... Oops. Open the canister. Which gets us to almost 20 kPa at 50 degrees Celsius. So then we open.
Low pressure. Temperature high. Oxygen critical.
I think this might have been worse than just doing it the other way.
Low pressure.
Okay, we're good. Eating and drinking complete. I now open that door. Now connect the door back up. Take the disc back out. I turn this vent on. And we collect all that gas again. So we don't lose anything. True. No cognition low this time. However, it did say temperature high. And I feel like the temperature damages your lungs faster than the low oxygen and low pressure. That's the impression I've had from the way things behave in this. I guess I can make 200 grams if I throw iron in there. Can I get that to process at all? No. Alright, I need to get some gas in there soon. But we need to get this down to vacuum. Which doesn't have too much further to go. Yeah, I threw the lead back on the shelf because I had so many things in my hands and I was just like, nope, let's focus on getting rid of the horrible breathing sound. And get my health back up because it was down to 50%. 50% is probably taking a couple too many chances. Come on. Just a few more pascals. Oh, come on, come on. How else can I get oxygen? Like, am I going to have to buy oxide from... Oh, wait, plants. Duh. Plants. That's how I get oxygen. Oh, that was a special moment. Oh, boy. So I'm going to have to set up the thing to get the trader to get the plants so that I can get oxygen from the CO2 in the air. And I'm going to need to run a whole lot of ferns to get all that oxygen. Because I want to use the trader for as little as I possibly can. I want to be as self-sufficient as I can. So I would really like to just use them to buy the plants, buy the seeds, once I've got a greenhouse area set up. I may have to buy food from them initially, because I'm not sure how long my food supply will last with how long it's taken me to get this far. But we will see. One of the biggest challenges... I guess I'm going to have to stay underground and make grow lights, because if I try and use glass or windows to try and get sunlight for the plants, that's going to heat up the room ridiculously and be super power hungry to keep it cool enough. You also need something worthwhile to sell. Well, I do start off with 600 credits, so I'm hoping that's enough to buy at least a couple of seeds. That would be my hope. I have no idea what the actual thing is on that front. Yes, Mad Plant Lab time. I agree, Shadow. Stationeers really has a tendency to throw you underground. Yes, it does, which kind of makes sense, in a way. Because on most other places, like most other planets or bodies you could go to, underground does have significant advantages. And Stationeers leans into that heavily. More power. You can call an alloy traded down and sell ores to them. Okay. Let's get oxygen back in my oxygen canister. I think my oxygen situation is going to be the most dire thing, so I'm going to have to mine a lot of gold to fix that up. But for now, we are going to attempt to smelt some solder. So I need to get... Oh yeah, I need to get this gas into my smelter. Into my furnace. That's hot enough. High volume enough. Oh, I think I just overpressured the pipe because of how slow the intake on the furnace is. I don't think I did liquid. I think I just overpressured it because that went up to 20 megapascals super fast. I can make solder. Hey. Lead. And iron. The pump's set at 10 liters, so it is at its maximum. But still. There we go. I have solder. Easy. I guess I will now go find the stuff I need to make electrum. And yes, I can't hear the storm because I'm in a vacuum. I'm going to put the network analyzer away because I don't need to be carrying that around all the time. Same with these pipes. And the volume pump. And the heavy cable. And the dead filter. And the iron sheets. And then we'll drop off all these ores and I'll go back out there and try and find myself some... I'll probably pick up more gold if there's gold to be found. But I need to get more silver. Because electrum, silver, and gold in equal proportions, I think. Yep. And I need 800 kilopascals at normal outside temperatures. So that's going to be easy to do. Do wind turbines have a max speed? Wind turbines, if you get enough of them during a storm, will Oh, I think it doesn't take that many of them to overload a heavy cable. But probably the bigger wind turbines are what I'm thinking about, not these little ones, because there are bigger ones. So there's no hard limit to how much power they can put out or take in, whichever way you want to look at it. That's cobalt. There's a bit of gold here. I'll grab that. Since that's my way of getting oxygen right now. It's going to be fun trying to rearrange my furnace room once I've sorted out my power situation. I'm not going to give myself the time to do that until I sort out my power situation, because my power situation is not great. I don't like using coal constantly for power. That looks like silver. Oh, does it take 10 of the big wind turbines to overload a cable during a storm? Is that on Mars or is that on Venus? Because I imagine the Venutian storms are more powerful. Any place with storms. That appears to be all the silver that's here. I think that's more silver up here. I don't need a lot of silver. But there's more gold up the hill, so I'll grab that after I grab this. Yeah, I think 3 stacks of silver is going to do okay for now. But I guess I can grab closer to a full stack. Yeah, that'll do. 4 stacks, 240. Let's get the gold that is up the hill. Is the ore yield increased? Yes. I'm using the mod that Nev made, and it's 5 times, so I'm getting a lot more. For the sake of being able to make progress on the base each stream, I think it's worthwhile. I mentioned earlier, personally, I'd probably go for 2 or 3 times. Probably 3 times. 5 feels very generous, but I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm just going to take it. Because I couldn't see a way to make custom difficulty settings within the game normally. And the easy difficulty setting is only 2 times ore.
Power low.
But I wouldn't want the other aspects of the easy difficulty. When I was looking yesterday, when I was updating the save so that it had this active, it said 2 times, I think. Now I've got self-doubt. I'm not sure. I think it was. Pretty sure it was. Alright, we've got plenty of coal. Got a bit of gold. We'll probably use a bit more gold. Seeing if there's any more up this hill. Put that there, so I can keep getting more. Easy is 2 and creative is 5. Yeah, there we go. Running to Nev. And considering he was messing around with it, I'm going to go with what he says. Come on, one more bit so I can get a full stack. Nice clean stacks. Come on. Let there be one more bit of gold in here. No. Oh. That's where I need the sensor lenses. There's a bit of gold up top here. I'll grab that. Oh no. Sometimes I get 15 from it. Ooh. Was I smelting something out here? Yes, I was. I've got some silicon. Okay. Successful little mission there. Yeah, did I... it's on Nev's workshop. Yeah, Barnaby, I'll acknowledge that making a fully built from scratch base rather than remodeling does mean you can often make a better looking base. The downside, though, is I often don't ever get that base finished. Because I spent so long trying to build something perfect that I never get any of it done. And so I'm not a huge fan of doing things that way as a result. I'm going to make... I think we use a fair bit of electrum. I'll just make up 200 grams, though. Alright, so we're empty. Let's go. Oh. Oh. It's, it's struggling to process it super quick. Yeah, it is getting too cold. I need to pop some more gas in. More gas in. More gas in. Alright. So we have 375 Kelvin. What do we need for the electrum again? 600 Kelvin. And 800 kilopascals to 2.4 megapascals. So we're overpressured as well. So let's start sorting things out. We should have a decent amount of oxygen in the furnace after that. Yep. So let's empty out the furnace into our pipe network. Hopefully we'll be able to tolerate it. Ooh, got a little bit of liquid for a second there. So I want to get all the oxygen out, because I don't want to waste that, and then everything else can be equalized to atmosphere. 185 degrees. That's not too bad. 197. Yeah, you're probably right. I should turn this on and cool down my CO2 while I've got cool gas in the waste network. I've got hot gas here, so I should turn this on anyway. Hey, Rubinoa. You empty the ores and run some cobalt through, it'll fire with the NOx. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure I want to do that, because I've got ways of doing it without cooking anything off at all. Because the ambient temperature outside is high enough that I can just smelt what I'm smelting here. Sweet. My CO2's below 100 degrees. Oxygen out here is confused. The temperature is very confused. Very, very, very confused. Yeah, so if I ditched this, I'd only be losing a bit of nitrous oxide and the rest of the stuff I don't care about because I can get it from the atmosphere if I want it at any point. See, I think I'm okay losing the nitrous. I'm not too fussed. The temperature is being displayed by Windows File Manager. Yeah. Just want to get the oxygen out of this, that's all. It's a part of me that with this filter really wants to make it its own loop. So that but I guess it works well enough at the moment. We're down to 24 moles of oxygen. I want to get that as low as I can get it. If it's a couple of moles, I'll wear the loss of it. But I really don't want it to be too much because I am a little worried about how much oxygen I'm using and running out of. I'll be back in just a sec. Okay, nothing exploded. That's good. See you, Shadow Drake. Hey, Horrible Dance. We're down to 19 moles of oxygen. So, what I'm thinking is, if I take this pipe here and connect it up with a valve and maybe some inline tanks so there's a bit of storage room. If I run the O2 filter on that, am I likely to get through the oxygen that's here more quickly? And then once the gas has all been processed, I just...
Air tank low.
Or am I just likely to explode things? I'm probably just likely to explode things. Put a volume pump right after the unfiltered to filter faster. What? Oh, because there's no pressure differential. So filters need pressure differential as well, do they? To operate better. Because isn't it a pressure differential between... Is it both a pressure differential between the input and the filtered and unfiltered? Or is it just a pressure differential between the input and the filtered. Whichever is worse. Okay. So if I did put a volume pump in on this line here and just had it constantly being sucked out, it should make it better. Okay, let's give it a try. I've got another one out there. I just don't want to waste any of my oxygen. Because I genuinely think the oxygen is the thing that's going to make me have to have to set up the trader sooner rather than later. If I don't save every little bit. I know I have to do it for some other stuff, but I feel like, I should get an inline tank just in case. This is too slow. But my hope is that I will only have to set up the trader once I why can I never remember the names of these kits? There it is. Pipe utility. I don't want to... Yeah, let me start that again. For the like 6th time at this point. I want to wait to set up the trader until I've got a greenhouse ready to go. So that I can call the trader, get the seeds, plant the seeds immediately, all good, all ready to go. Because I want to be as self-sufficient as I possibly can, and I feel like setting up the trader early means I'll be too tempted to get it before then. And the seeds are, strictly speaking, the seeds are the only thing that I need from the trader. Everything else I should be able to sort out here. In theory. I think. I get that to place inside the thing? No. I'll put that there. And then I need one more pipe, which I should have brought in with me, but I didn't. How do I get water on Venus? Oh. How do I get water? Do I have to trade for water? What has water? Water burner? Is there a thing that I can go from hydrogen and oxygen to water? H2 combustor can do it, but you need fuel, which I can get from cobalt. Right? That's what was being said before. Okay, let's see how this goes. With the pump running. Turn that on. Pressure is going up, but the pressure is still lower than the other side. At some point, it should equilibrate with how much the filter's able to put through versus how much the pump can take out, because the volumes of gases being moved will be about the same. And it looks like it's at about probably 3.7 megapascals, I reckon. But our oxygen's going down heaps faster, so this is a big improvement.
Power critical.
That's great. That was a good change. Extracting off gas from ore is really super terrible if you want any volume self-sufficiency aside. It's just a constant chore of mining. True. See ya, Shadow. I will try not to blow up my base. Oh, using a compost to turn grass into fertilizer makes more volatiles for less work. Cool. Alright, so that's another option. I figured there'd be more than one option. But yeah, I want to try and self-sufficiency this thing. So I feel like that's gonna be a fun challenge on Venus. Go for rockets soon and space mine. Does that count? Ooh. Arguably, yes, I suppose. Because I need the fuel for the rockets. Yeah, Tommaso, there is a DoorDash option. That's the traders. They're the DoorDash option. Alright, we're down to just 2.8 moles of oxygen left. Yeah, this is heaps better. This is working much better. That's stabilized at 3.6. Dandage, I deliberately don't use the suit, the portable light on the suit. I haven't tested it in a while, but when I've used it in the past, it causes a flickering that upsets a number of viewers, and so I would rather not do that because I think it's quite reasonable to be annoyed when something flickers at you. Horrible Dance, the game has added new features. That's why I was keen to play again. They're going through a whole bunch of survival stuff at the moment, adding survival features, and one of them is hygiene, which is making me chew through my food and water more quickly, I think. Also, apparently that battery's dead. I should probably go through and replace the suit battery at the same time. Yeah, I didn't realize about the... I didn't notice the flickering myself when I used to do it. There we go, that's done. All the oxygen is evacuated, so I can now equilibrate to outside atmosphere once this is empty. Do I need to equilibrate? Actually, I probably should pump some out.
Air tank critical.
Oh, man. Thankfully, this airlock isn't too slow because I've got it at 0, 0. And it is vacuum on both sides. Alright, I think that should be almost empty. Close enough. How are we looking here? We're at 187 degrees. 3 point something megapascals. It's probably enough. Now let's start pumping in some hot gas from outside. And turn that on. There we go. 210 degrees. What was electrum? 327. Yeah, Nev, I can understand that. The recent updates really made me want to come back, and I am so glad I've been able to. 327. I think I might have wanted to just evacuate all of the volume in this place before pumping more air in, because I think that's going to make it take a lot longer to get this up to temperature.
Hydration critical.
Although it is better to have this a bit higher pressure so that I can put the heat in without this getting too full. Hey, people bum. I don't mind using the suit lights. I think it's fine. It's safe enough. It's kind of like my perspective on the suit light at this point is just if it's the known safe option, I'll just stick with it rather than potentially causing problems. Once I got a nuclear battery, it doesn't really matter. I find how much power you use up for the suit battery. Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 327. I keep forgetting the 27 part. So we've got another 50-ish degrees to go. 40-ish degrees. Sorry. I'm going to lower your input pump when it comes to try to fill to 2.4. Maybe. I don't know how much wiggle room I actually need on that. 302, 303. Because I'm not igniting any gases in the chamber, it feels a lot easier. You're not at work, Scythe. So you're able to watch the stream. Oh, because, wait, no, it's Easter. That's why. That's fine. But yeah, the other thing with illumination is I do intend to add lights to this base once I've got my power situation sorted out, and this is me progressing towards that. Okay, we have reached the critical temperature, but I want to go a bit above. The O2 temp should be at 30. Yeah, I should pump that out while I'm here. Filters are all off. 336. Let's stop adding extra gas, I think. And just heat it. $340. That's 15 degrees hotter. I don't know how much I'm going to lose, so let's see. I'll leave the heater on for a bit. Let's go volume pump on, volume pump off. We are at the desired temperature. Cool. All right, let's just keep going until we get to 800 kilopascals. 185. $270. Can leave this on for a little bit longer. Should really put a inline pipe there, inline tank there. What do we got now? 500. This is so much better on the advanced furnace, which I'll be able to make soon. Oh, just dropped. Uh-oh. I think I'm out of power. Yep, out of power on the base. Okay. Let's go fix that. Glad I'm not bleeding power from my airlocks anymore. Yeah, I should have done something like that. Maybe stick a little stub on it and put a gauge on it, but as I'll be replacing it with the advanced furnace, I won't have to worry about those pumps at all once I put the advanced furnace in, because the advanced furnace has that incorporated into it. The advantage. Right. Oh no! I had the extractor pump still on. Oh man! I'm an idiot.
Hunger.
Wondered why the
Caution.
pressure was going down. There we go. We have electrum. Well, that was a bit daft. Let's put this gold through. And I've heard that lots of unnecessary dials and charts are cool. It's true, they can be. Alright, let's get a bit more hot gas in. What does gold want? $100 kPa to 100, 600 Kelvin. Oh, so it wants the same, and this is now cooled down quite a bit. Okay, so let's extract. Which means we're going to have a bit of oxygen coming back into the system again, which is good. More oxygen to collect. Probably want to get this pretty much vacuumed out, I think. Might just push through some gas to see if I can get it up to pressure, up to temperature before then to make sure that all the gold has off-gassed all of its oxygen. Under 1.2. Ah, the breathing. I kind of wonder how hot my waste tank is.
Waste tank critical.
68 degrees. It's hot. That's really hot. That's enough to injure me hot. Oh wait, what else did it contain in it though?
Waste tank critical.
Yeah, it's got a lot of oxygen in it. That's why I need to do the recapture. Okay. Alright. Let's breathe some hot oxygen while I do some drinking and eating. Again. Let me jump up. Really should finish my floor. Full of hot air, are we? Apparently so. Alright. Same as before. Unlock. Open the canister. Open the helmet. Drink, 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 drink.
Critical.
Eat. Close. There we go. Oh no, it went the wrong way! Oh, why did you do that? I thought it was going to open the same way I had it cycled to before. Ah, that's annoying. Alright. Well, in that case, I'm going to do this the slow way. And I'm just going to evacuate from the whole thing. Yeah, I should lock the helmet. Don't want to accidentally open it. Well, that's going to be really slow to evacuate. These can probably get turned off. Now. Asking that. Check where everything's at. You're nearly empty, so let's turn that off. You're empty. You're at 21 degrees, which is great. And that's all fine. Okay. Let's put some hot gas in. Turn that off before it explodes. Oh, that was close. I got up to 50 megapascals. Whoopsie. I might slow this down. Just because of how easy that is to overload. See how it goes at 1 liter. Yeah, that's better. That takes a lot longer. What? It's only at 533 Kelvin? No. The gas is not hot enough. It's lost a lot of heat. Yeah, I'm going to go make a small inline tank. Even a small one should probably make enough difference there. I mean, I literally could replace the whole thing right now, though. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Just want to get this gold out of it. But... oh, wait a second. To make the advanced furnace, what do I need? Kit advanced furnace from electronic printer tier 2. Oh, no. Forgot about that bit. Whoops. Yeah. That's what I need to make the printer upgrade. Electronic printer mod. I need Constantan. Poop. Forgot that. Oh, I should have remembered there was another bit. I think Constantan is the high pressure one. Isn't it? Yeah, moderately high pressure. 20 megapascals at 1,000 Ah. Great. Okay. I'm gonna need some really hot gas. I need that to get another 500 degrees hotter. Ah, dear. Right, let's just try and at least get the gold out first. $327. So 260 degrees. That is not hot enough. Let's empty it out again. And I need this to get up another more pressure, more temperature than it's managing. All right, so these two can go on. Let's get the oxygen out at least. So we're not heating up the oxygen any more than we need to. You should possibly use an air conditioner to cool the atmosphere and extract the heat for your furnace. Yes and no. The temperature differential will probably be too high too fast for it to be useful. I've got outside gas coming in, but I've got too much gas in this pipe now. So I think what I need to do is get all the oxygen out of the pipe again. This time actually empty the pipe network via the emptying pump and then pump in fresh atmosphere from outside and start from that temperature because this is quite a lot colder than outside. Like I'm 100 degrees cooler, I think. No, 200 almost. So yeah, there's a fair bit. Still got a little bit of oxygen getting filtered out. A bit more coming through there. How much we got left in here? Down to 16. That's still going to take a while. What can I do in the interim? Should I make more wind turbines? I'm thinking maybe. What do I need for the solar panels? Oh, I need to get the advanced one to make the better one anyway. Iron, gold, and copper. Once I can get the... Oh, I need to burn more coal. Power's almost out. Do I have enough batteries? No, you never have enough batteries. But I'm thinking if I can get some more wind turbines up, at least I'll have some more consistent ongoing power. Maybe. Can't make advanced solar, so I can't do that. I'd have to make a greenhouse outside to put the solar panels in to use them. Which may well be a more efficient way to approach this. I'm not sure. I've got the one station battery and it, like, putting 12 coal in the thing seems to pretty much fill it up. So I feel like I could have a second one to try and have more storage of power, but I'm not sure that's as useful as having something that's constantly adding power. On some chutes. Yeah, alright, let's get some iron and smelt it and I'll make some chutes so that I don't have to keep going outside. Or... actually, what I should do instead is move that into the furnace room. And then put chutes to the, chutes to the generator. So I can just dump coal in from inside. Doesn't the arc furnace require you to press a button to activate? Might do. You might be right, Cole. So that might have... I might have needed logic as well, which... yeah, there. Much better to just move it inside, where I can more easily access it. We're going to need some frames, though. Yeah, I've got some iron frames. I'll just use them now. This time. The logic to press the button is simple. You can just spam press. Fair enough. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. At least setting it up in here, I've got the gas capture sorted then. So I don't have to worry about losing anything that I might want to collect. Which really is just the oxygen. I really don't think there's much that I'm that desperate to collect. Oh, I want that around the other way. And my battery's dead in my drill. Actually, that's a bad idea. Leave those there as emergencies and put this to be charged. That way around I want it. You know what I saw the other day? A Twitch integration for Stationeers. Oh boy. I think it was limited to toggling variables in logic devices or ICs, so anything you want the viewers to do, you need to build first. Huh. That's kind of cool. It looks like we might be at vacuum everywhere now, so I can close my airlock up again. Get you a hard... I mean, I'm in a hard suit. And give us suit control. You will never regret it. Yep. Sure. What was I smelting in here? There was something I needed to smelt. I think it was iron. How's this going? This should be vacuum in there now. Yes, good. This should be mostly gone. Should have all the oxygen out. Yep, good. Let's turn that off. Turn that off. And now, let's evacuate. It's only at 311 degrees. We'll turn the heater off because it's not... I just wasted a whole bunch of energy heating that. So this is off-gassing. This is sucking it back in. And that's as we want it. So that's fine. I can just leave that running for a bit. And then we can smelt a bit of copper. I needed iron and iron, gold, copper, yeah. Because the gold should be able to come out of the furnace once I've evacuated all that gas. Hey, Louis. How are we going? How is the pressure coming down? 600 kilopascals. Okay, not bad. Shouldn't take too much longer to drop that to a pressure where I can pump in enough gas from outside that it'll get hot quickly. So that's almost done. That's almost done. Not sure how low to go with this. How low I should bother going, I should say. Probably want to get it down below 100 kilopascals in the pipe network before I start pumping in the outside gas. The outside air. There is still a big temperature differential, so the more I pump out, the better. I've got the copper done. Now I can put the iron in the thing to make the chutes, so I can run chutes out to the... Yeah, I should run the chutes out first. That's what I should do. So I don't... If I make chutes and run them outside, I can then substantially improve the efficiency of everything I'm doing because I don't have to go out to the hot place to add fuel to my power generation. I'm thinking a inlet here, like so. So I just chuck it in next to the battery and run that outside. Spot. There we go. Now, where can I run this through? There. Okay. Can I cross a pipe? I cannot. Okay, that's going to get a bit weird. More shoots, give me more shoots. I need a lot of them. I think we need to smelt some more iron. Also, I think I'm going to have to remove a bit of this. So, can't intersect with the pipe, but can place this up in the ground. Up there. And do that. Then I can go through the airlock. That's going to outside now. We need a lot more of these. Yeah, it's taken me a bit to get used to the new placement holograms because they are a little bit different. But yeah, I'm happy with them. Need a lot more. A lot more iron. The coal gen is on the other side, yes. But I would rather snake these things around than have to create new... rather than redo all my piping that goes out there. Okay, so we're gaining pressure thanks to me smelting stuff. Oh, Baron the Red, that is a very rough turn of events. Glad to have been able to be a bit of a distraction for you. Hope things get a lot better from here on. I'm just leaving this running while I'm getting this iron smelted because it is obviously cooling things off a bit. Having that vent. And it doesn't take too long to smelt the iron, so I'll just wait it out. And then once that's done, we'll get this gold out. Then we can get rid of... Then we can hopefully have these chutes finished. And then I can try and figure out what I need to do to get the Constantan. It's hard keeping this all in my head. Three, two, one. Done. Okay. Turn you off for now. We'll leave the vent running for a minute while I go through and make those chutes. Oh, the spaghetti in this base is real. I love it. I have survived this entire stream, yes. Which is kind of to be expected, I would have thought. I mean, I didn't die during the entire Terraformers series. I mean, I know I died twice last week, but still. The entire series without dying... You'd think I'd be okay at keeping myself alive. I haven't locked Charlie out, no, but my partner is home, so Charlie's not interested in coming in to see me. and therefore not stuck inside with me. This is on normal difficulty with some boost to the ore yield to make it less painful.
Airtight critical.
Alright, I got 10. I'll wait for another 10, and then I should have enough to get all this set up. One, two, three. Grav Gunner, hopefully someone's got the link to Nev's mod. It's a difficulty setting you have to choose on world creation, or you have to edit your save file to have the correct difficulty setting, which once you've got the mod installed will be this. Normal or 5 times. Am I going to finish my floors? Eventually, yes. I feel like I would try and finish my floors, do a lot of the more, for want of a better term, decorative stuff once I've got a secure power supply and oxygen supply. So I may well not do a lot of that until I've got a few other things set up.
Power critical.
Like maybe even my greenhouse? Should totally have just moved where this was. But, oh well. Done now. Get on there. There we go. Okay, we have a chute. From inside, I can add fuel from inside. Excellent. Yeah, KB, I'll be updating my schedule after next Monday's stream. So the Twitch schedule will get all updated with the new plans and what's going to happen. That'll happen then. One thing to note, there will likely be no Capac for April. Because he is going to Japan. Alright, let's grab a little stack of coal and chuck it in. And then we go and see if the engine is on. I can't see from here. That's annoying. Let me go out and check. Yep, it's running. Yay! Okay. That's one less thing I have to go outside for. No, Capac's not hibernating. I think he wishes he could. But no. He's going to Japan. So there are a few things I'm going to be doing differently while he's gone to take advantage of that time. One of which I haven't talked about yet is I'm actually going to take a break from assertive acquisitions for a few weeks. We're going to take a few weeks off, and then that's going to allow me to do a bunch of tutorials in that time. And focus on stuff with the Scrapyard series. Which will be good. But it's also, I also think it's, when he said he was going to Japan, I was like, I could continue AA with TFE, or I could give the three of us plus the usual suspects on the other side, Gruz, Lenjet, and Eisen, a bit of a break as well, and Scythe when he's able to. But give those guys a bit of a break and give us all a bit of a break so that when Capac comes back, we're super fresh and really keen to play more. Because I really, really don't want to get to the point with AA where I want to take a break because I'm sick of it. So I was like, this is a good opportunity to take a break well before that happens. And feel happy about it and excited about what I can do when we come back. So that's why I'm doing that, because I think it's actually going to be the best way to handle Capac being gone for 3 or 4 weeks. And then we'll be back with assertive acquisitions at the start of May. So we got 1 more week of assertive acquisitions at this stage. Uh, 1 megapascal, that should be enough to get the furnace to kick out this gold. That's really slow. That's fine. At least I'm not going to overload it. No, no, Shadow Wolf. AA is only going on a short break. It's kind of like a mid-season break. It's been, apart from a Christmas break, I think I took 1 week off maybe for each Christmas for AA. Maybe not even. It's been running consistently for 80 plus episodes, so I think it's a good opportunity for us to take a step back and have a think about where we want to go next with it so that we don't burn out on it, because I really, really don't want to burn out on it. I really enjoy recording and editing that, and I really don't want that to happen, so best to take breaks when opportunities arise where it's not going to upset things. Okay, we have gold. Yeah, AA is definitely not going away. It's just taking a break. Alright, got the gold out. Now, what do I need to make Constantan? Copper and nickel. And I need 1,000 Kelvin. And we currently have 530 Celsius. Oh boy. This is going to take a while. I should probably... Wait, what pressure do I need? I need 20 megapascals as well. Oof. Okay, I need a lot of gas heated up a long, long way. So I probably need to have, in order to get 20 megapascals of hot gas into the furnace, I probably need to have maybe 10 megapascals within this space. Alright. I'll leave that running for a bit then. I'm thinking maybe not an extra pump, but an extra pipe heater. To heat it up faster, because the heating time is going to be the killer, I think. Hey, D. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? No AA meetings for April. Yeah. Broken pipe just before the airlock? What? No, there isn't. There's no broken pipe here. It's all good. There's a broken pipe outside, but that's just a cheap passive vent. Yeah, that works. Excellent. And another pipe heater. Yeah, there are no fractured pipes here. Everything is 100% fine. That's just a weird bit of voxel. Spectre, the only reliable notifications for things like this, because of the number of ways you can turn off notifications on things, is Discord. See you, Dens. Right. Where am I at? So that's getting hotter. In fact, I should have checked how much pressure we're at now. I think it'll still be safe to leave it for a bit, but... Yeah, up at 3 meg... Oh, this is going to be slow. How much heat can you get from the pipe heater? Can you circulate gases through the furnace? Pipe heater to get enough heat. So Bifrost, what I need in order to smelt the thing that I'm trying to smelt, for Constantan, I need the pressure within the furnace to reach 20 megapascals. So I need enough gas in this system that I'm using the pipe heaters to heat the gas in to reach 20 megapascals within that furnace, but also do so while it's 1000 degrees Kelvin or 727 Celsius. To be able to do that reliably, I think I need to have enough gas in here at that high temperature in these pipes that I've got more. I want to make sure I have a margin of safety that I won't reach 1000 Kelvin, try and put it in and realize I can't actually reach the pressure, or that it ends up cooling off so much that I don't get there anyway. What I maybe should be considering doing here is putting insulated pipes to replace as much of this as I can so that I don't lose heat. With this being vacuum, I'm not losing an awful lot. I am radiating... Wait, that's what's going in. It's hard to tell with these on. If I turn these off, what does it say? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at there. And so I'm thinking I might need to get insulated pipes. Yeah, I'm not losing a huge amount through the radiative heat. Like half a joule of... The convection is more problematic, potentially. But if I turn this off now, does my temperature rise at any reasonable rate? 560, and we need to get another 160, 180, 165. Yeah, this is going to be a while. What I should probably do is pre-process the materials that need to go into it. So that's the copper and the nickel. Because if I don't, then I'm going to be much more likely to fail. So copper, and I need to go out and get some more nickel. Water is going down, that's fine. Oxygen's okay, power's okay, let's go. Oh. Is storm out? Okay, back inside. Right. Good to know. I should be going okay for power for a while then. Although it's not really juicing up the battery as much as I thought it would. I thought I'd be at near full power with the storm going on. It's a bit sad. I guess those pipe heaters are using a lot. I might need even more pipe heaters than that. Because as you guys are pointing out, I am going to lose more heat the hotter it gets. And so I'm going to have even more losses later that I have to counteract. And so I may reach a point of equilibrium before I want to. Where can I put a pipe heater on that's not going to be annoying? Should probably just drop those cables down so I can put them on. Might do that. Getting extra messy. Oh well. Oh wait, need to put one more bit in. There you go.
Hunger caution.
Then I can have at least 4 of them on there. Hopefully speed this process up a bit more. Where are we at? We're at 616 degrees, so we've got another 110 to go. 111. Is this a splitsy challenge? No insulated pipes. No, it's just processing silicon takes so long to make the pipes that I haven't been using them. And also I've got the tank in there anyway, the inline tank, so that's not gonna work anyway. Like, it's gonna lose some anyway. So I was like, how much difference is it really gonna make? Probably more than I want it to. And I probably should just build what I can. What was I coming back in here for? Iron, that's right. Need more iron to make another pipe heater so I can at least have the 4 of them. If you add any pressure to that room, the room can act as your insulator. Yeah. I guess. It can also get so hot that it becomes really expensive for me to stand in here, which I don't want. Because then it creates other issues of burning through my oxygen. Which is going to be a bigger problem, ultimately. There we go. 4 pipe heaters. Hopefully that's going to be enough to get to where I need to get to. Glad it worked, Grav Gunner. Hooray! I think I'm going to wrap up here for today so that I've got time to work on my scrapyard recording / edit for the rest of the day. Because I want to make sure I get that done. Because I would really like to have some time this weekend to work on my next tutorial. I'll be back here on Twitch on Monday with Shadow, playing some more RVs at War, and then an unknown stream with maybe after that. We'll see. I'll have to talk to TFE because Capac is away on Monday morning. But yeah, after Monday, have a good look at the schedule. I'll make sure I post it then for what's going to be coming because things are going to change. This Friday stream should stay the same, but the Monday, Sunday time slot is going to be a little bit different going forward so that I can drop Toby off at daycare, which doesn't open early enough. And also, I think it'll be nice being able to spend a bit of the morning with him before I take him there. So yeah, back with more Scrapyard on Sunday over on YouTube. And there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye.